Good evening. You are tuned in to the City of Lafayette City Council meeting, which is scheduled to start at 6 p.m., but we are running a few minutes behind in the room, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Did you say anything?
No. I still get shy. I do. I'm not much lady. That's our new chief.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you ready for the next? Shorter than Eric and shorter than Vince.
Right.
I thought all police chiefs had to be tall and big.
Well, big, yeah. Maybe not tall.
Yeah, definitely. I told him, you're going to come to our party.
Right, yeah.
I am coming. And I said, you have to dress up. He's not dressed up in my chief.
Right. Yeah.
He said, well, you have to have a good photo. Kind of scared people. So he told me the story.
Soon going to start our regular council meeting, but you're welcome to stay. Nobody cares, all right. But okay, get cake at least. Yes, you're welcome to come back after closed session. We'll be in the other room. Okay. Wow. So are we on? Oh, we are? Okay. Are we on for recording now? Okay.
Philippe, are we recording? Philippe, are we recording?
Thank you. All right, it is 6:06, and we will now commence the regular city council meeting with a call to order. And I will take roll call. And Vice Mayor Kwok,
Present?
Councilmember Candell,
I hear but remote.
and remotely, and Councilmember Andori,
Present.
Councilmember McCormick.
Present.
Great. I am here. We are here with the exception of Councilmember Candell participating remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to announce, as you noticed, Councilmember Candell is participating remotely under the Brown Act rules for just cause, given that she has a contagious illness. This will require all of our votes tonight to be by roll call. In addition, she will need to keep her camera on at all times, which she is aware of. And likewise, if there is a adult in the room with her at any time, she will need to announce that. And lastly, if the city has a technical difficulty on our side, we will need to stop the meeting. So just wanted to make everyone aware of the rules.
Thank you for that information. We'll move on to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
I'll move adoption of the agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. I will take a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Kwok,
Aye.
Councilmember Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Andori,
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We have unanimously adopted the agenda for tonight, and we will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I guess cake in the other room really clears out. Okay, with that, it is my pleasure to read the land acknowledgement as it is the first meeting of the month of December. We acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. Thank you. Okay, agenda item next is public comments for any items not on the agenda. I do not see any public in the room. Is there any virtual public?
These are for public comments for items on your closed session agenda, I believe. And I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and I have just one hand raised in our virtual audience. So John Larson, you're being allowed to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Larson. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, here I am. Yes, I'm commenting on the city council's deliberation over the height of the Lafayette Reservoir Tower at the last meeting.
You know what, Mr. Larson, I apologize. This time right now is for public comments on our closed session. I misspoke earlier.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'll
Yeah,
be
I
back at 7.
apologize. So
Okay.
that will come up after we're back from closed session.
Okay, thank you.
7 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you.
No additional speakers, Mayor Dawson.
All right, with that, we will then go into closed session. Thank you.
screen before we can start. There she is. We need her on the big screen before we can start. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the regular city council meeting of December 9th is reconvening. We're coming out of closed session and we have nothing to report. Move on. Get my bearings here. Oops. How many pages to this agenda? 2. Number 9. Oh, thank you. For public comments for items that are not on the agenda.
The mayor's taking comments for items that are not on the agenda. And I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, but I do have 2 remote speakers. John Larson to be followed by Jean Fulmer.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm commenting on the city council's deliberations at the last meeting over the height of the Lafayette Reservoir Tower. While I'm not a Lafayette resident, I have lived in the East Bay all my life. At the last meeting, speakers claimed that people outside Lafayette consider this tower to be a valuable, iconic structure. And I have heard from many of my friends who frequent the reservoir that they do not consider the tower to be iconic. I have enjoyed hiking in the East Bay for years and never heard about the tower from hikers, and only noticed it for the first time when I started around the reservoir recently. I felt that the tower stuck out in a way that detracted from the beauty of the lake. I don't know of anyone except the people at the last meeting that think otherwise. It's not like the Golden Gate Bridge or any other iconic structure. First, safety is relative, not absolute, and safety should not be compromised for aesthetics. I doubt that the tower adds anything to the value of any part of Lafayette. People come to the reservoir for the beauty of the lake and downtown Lafayette for restaurants and other businesses, not for the tower. Finally, the city of Lafayette fails to look at what is really at issue here. It's not just safety and aesthetics, but money. People in the East Bay Mud Service Territory don't want to pay more for the unnecessary costs associated with the project in any amount. This is not the city's tower, and they are ignoring the interests of ratepayers. East Bay Mud should not spend any more time and ratepayer money on maintaining an unnecessarily and undesirably tall tower. So I and countless others look forward to seeing it shortened. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments.
Jean Fulmer.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I'd like to comment. I had started to comment a couple weeks ago on the minutes related to another citizen, Libby Henry's comments on the recent city council election and the way that Lauren Herpick was attacked by community members. Lauren was accused of being anti-LGBTQ. She was accused of being racist. I know most of you up there know Lauren, and you know that's not true. Yet you stood by while she was attacked by your supporters. As leaders in our community, I expect more, and I know I'm not alone. Mayor Dawson, I like you very much, and I reached out to you months ago on your personal email, hoping to meet with you to help reset the political tone in this community after what happened in the horrible school board election of 2022. I hoped we could avoid that. I was afraid it would happen again, and it did. And I wish we had been able to meet. Unsurprisingly, the Lafayette School Board race was uncontested this year. Susie Pack's next door neighbor walked onto that board. Is this what we aspire to be in Lafayette? A place where people with genuine concerns are personally attacked and slandered as a warning to others who may have the audacity to run for office without being selected to do so. This city stood by while citizens of the year, Ivor Sampson, Bill Frazier, were attacked. Ivor moved out of state, perhaps because of the kindness of this community. Bill Frazier was fired from his job as the lacrosse coach at Acalanes. I urge you to please consider putting together a task force that works to restore civility to our community and to our local elections. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Jean. I just want to assure you that the city definitely does not condone or abide hateful language or of the sort that you describe. And I believe any one of us who have been made aware of those attacks on Lauren Herpick would have liked to address that, but I stand by that the city stands united against hatred. And I do appreciate that Ms. Herpick came out and ran, I believe, a very good and healthy campaign, as we all did. And that I'll end it with that. Thank you. Are there any more public comments?
No additional comments at this time. Matt and Stella Witherspoon, do you want to speak at this point, or do you want to wait? Okay, you do. Okay. So Matt Pease and Stella Witherspoon.
Is that better? Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm Stella Witherspoon, and I'm co-chair of the Citizens Committee for Measure H, and I'm here to make some acknowledgments to the community along with my fellow co-chair, Matt Pease. So first, thank you to the residents of Lafayette who voted for this measure. We had 64.8% of resident voters who believed it was necessary to maintain core city services through this small local sales tax, and have entrusted the City Council to oversee the city's finances in the best interest of residents. Second, thanks go to a number of community groups for their endorsements. These are the Democratic Party of Contra Costa County, Inclusive Lafayette, Lamorinda Democratic Club, Lafayette Chamber of Commerce, Lafayette Homeowners Council, Lafayette Library and Learning Center, League of Women Voters of Diablo Valley, and Mercury News and East Bay Times. Turn it over to Matt.
Okay, thank you. Two others that we'd like to thank. First is the Yes on Measure H committee. We had a group of really tireless volunteers, many who had never been involved in an election before, including myself, and they just did a great job of reaching out to voters and trying to help educate the public. This included Jim Cervantes, Grace Dixon, Andre Hurst, Teresa Geringer, Jamie Harris, Meredith Mead, Susie Pack, Don Tatson, Janet Thomas, Richard Whitmore, Steve Poling, and my co-chair, Stella, who really carried a huge load on this. Finally, we want to thank the number of donors. We had individuals and families donate to our campaign, because it does cost money to run a campaign, and we appreciate their support. There was a bit of money left over, and we did donate that to the Lafayette Community Foundation to help the community even further. So thank you very much. Any questions?
No, but before you leave, I want to thank you, Matt and Stella, for your extraordinary efforts leading that volunteer group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comments? Okay. With that, we will move on to the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Every 2 weeks, I present an update, a department update on the activities of the city government, the various departments. This is our last meeting of the year, so I'm going to give you a year in review. Philippe, could you turn? Thank you so much.
Philippe, I need Susan on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Philippe. I'm going to go department by department in alphabetical order because it's really tough. They're all very special, so that's the way I'm going. Administrative services consists of the city clerk's office HR, IT, risk management, public art, communications, and I might be missing a few. This is our fine staff. The city clerk had a very busy year, and I'm not going to read all these numbers, but I just wanted to pause on the public records requests. The number of requests has increased and steadily over the last few years, and not only in number, but they've kind of expanded or increased in complexity. Some of these requests take many weeks to complete and fulfill, and it takes up a lot of staff time. The finance department does an outstanding job, and the 9th consecutive year has received this statewide award. Public art, we have a very active public art committee and an equally active staff person, and they've really expanded the scope of the public art, the programs that we offer. Communications as well, it's gone up tremendously through the Measure H campaign. We were able to add almost subscribers to the Almost Daily Briefing and to the weekly roundup. And as you can see, we now have close to 20,000 people in the service area for Nextdoor. And Suzanne worked on 35 news stories. The Happy Department, Parks, Trails, and Recreation. Recreation has had another outstanding year. Jonathan and his team keep growing opportunities to serve our community. In addition, the department staffs the Senior Services Commission, another active commission, and we've partnered with La Marinda Village to offer memberships to that organization. And the Spirit Van with the additional vehicle continues to offer rides to our seniors. The rentals that we offer, and this is really a pitch, if you need a place to gather, have a party, have a picnic, please contact Parks, Trails, and Recreation. Our fields, our rooms are available all throughout the year. And as you can see, over 2,600 people attended our special events at the community center. As some of you are aware, we have a core engineering and public works staff, and we do contract for maintenance services. This year, we were able to complete a multi-year school safety project, which the council had authorized and funded in excess of $1 million. And these are the final touches to that project. Slow Down Lafayette continues to be in the forefront, and we added speed humps, stoplights, speed limit signs, and also received money for a crosswalk, a safe crosswalk on Mount Diablo Boulevard. This makes my head spin. I'm going to just let you absorb it for a moment, but this is the work that besides the council's priorities of fiscal sustainability, emergency preparedness in a downtown corridor plan, this is what staff does day in and day out to keep the lights on in our wonderful city. The planning department, another very hardworking department, 313 development applications, and these are just a few of the types of applications that they process. And as you can see, we had a low of 163 applications in 2020. That was during COVID. But as you can see, it's picked up, and we're right where we were pre-COVID, over 300 development applications. A lot of work is done behind the scenes, serving the public, and these are some of the statistics from the planning department. And the number of building permits that we issue, We contract with the county to issue building permits and conduct inspections, but all building permit applicants stop at the planning department first to get zoning clearance. Our police department, nearly 12,000 calls for service so far this year. 136 select crimes, and these are more serious crimes. 203 arrests. And slow down Lafayette has had its impact. We have increased the number of citations compared with last year. Traffic collisions, as the chief mentioned earlier, there's been a reduction in the number of collisions involving property damage compared to last year, as well as those involving injury collisions. I want to take a moment to say that staff really extends its thanks to the community for their support, to the City Council, and our wonderful volunteers in our commissions and committees. I mean, this is teamwork at its best. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Nirup, for that wonderful presentation and for including the faces of our staff who, many of you are here tonight, but it's great to see them and know that all this wonderful work is by the hands and efforts of these amazing real people making all this magic happen to keep Lafayette in the great shape that it is. Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions from council? No, thank you. Is there any public comment?
No public comment at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, Nirup. That's a mind-spinning amount of numbers. I love that. I love to see it. Thanks for that preparation and presentation.
You're welcome.
Next on the presentation list is the introduction, that's why you're sitting there, of our new police chief.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to the Lafayette community Lieutenant James Williams, or Jamie, as he likes to be called. Lieutenant Williams is a U.S. Navy veteran and has a degree in criminal justice management. He started his career as a 911 dispatcher, both in Piedmont and then at the county. He has had experience working for a small community. He was a patrol officer in the town of Danville. And he has been a detective and a field training officer. What really attracted us to Jamie was his experience in emergency preparedness. He's orchestrated multi-agency collaboration for emergency responses. He's improved coordination in crises, including wildfire and large-scale events, while assigned to the Sheriff's Emergency Services Division. Jamie has also served as a SWAT hostage negotiations team member, amongst other assignments. Most recently, he was assigned as a facility commander at the West County Detention Facility in Richmond. Also, I'd like to introduce you to Captain Brian Sliger, who is here with us, I believe. Captain Sliger has been my partner in the selection process. I really want to thank him for sending us outstanding candidates. There were big shoes to fill with Ben's departure, and it was not an easy decision to make. But I'm pleased to say that I think Jamie will do wonderfully well in Lafayette. Jamie.
Oh, start over? How about now? All right, sorry about that. What I said was to the mayor and city council and the city manager, thank you very much for your trust in me. It's an honor to be up here. Chief Aldred has, as you said, Nirup, put some pretty big shoes in for me to fill behind. So I'm looking forward to working with our department heads to continue the emergency preparedness, to continue the Slow Down Lafayette, and to continue with safety for our citizens here, especially going around and seeing the schools and meeting our young students. I'm looking forward to all of that. So thank you very much for your trust in me.
Thank you and welcome, Chief Williams. I just want to say I had the privilege of serving on the community panel for interviews, and I am confident that you will come in and I will have a seamless transition with the experience and skill set you bring. So we appreciate having you. Thank you. Okay, next up, welcome our planning department and Sonia for the housing element update.
You don't want the senior.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize, Sonia. I got you out of order there. The Senior Services Commission is up.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for inviting us to present. I would like to acknowledge the Commission members and senior service staff joining us, and the members that could not join us this evening. We have 2 vacancies, so if anyone is interested, please apply at the city website. Our commissioners are sitting behind us, as well as part of our staff. We're happy they're here. This year has been an exciting and impactful one for Lafayette Senior Services. Here are some key highlights. We developed the age-friendly action plan goals, action items, and call to action, driven by valuable community input. We initiated the first-year implementation plan for the age-friendly action plan. Grateful for the town of Moraga's continued support with a $20,000 contribution to the Spirit Van program, and hope that they decide to continue this support as we are at the end of their two-year commitment. We are proud to support the second year of our 2-year supported memberships to La Marinda Village. Additionally, we will be partnering with the Lafayette Youth Commission to encourage plantings that will benefit the threatened western monarch butterfly population, and we intend to focus very clearly on planting near our trails in the community. Here you can see the 9 domains of livability that guide our age-friendly work. The domains come from the AARP and the World Health Organization, with our addition of an emphasis on emergency preparation. Following the structure of the 9 domains of livability, the Commission has been working all year to develop the age-friendly plan. The Commission was very aware of the structural deficit that is impacting the city's general fund, and as we considered the first-year implementation plan, we looked at programming and priorities. We took those constraints into consideration. As you can see in the report attached to our presentation, we prioritized low-cost solutions, partnerships, and volunteer engagement. Partnerships such as the supported memberships to the La Marinda Village help to increase the impact volunteers that are already dedicated to seniors. Our goal is to have City Council adopt the age-friendly action plan, but as we were preparing the document, we wanted to bring forward a first-year implementation plan that could start the work. The commission worked with Senior Coordinator Molly Cohen to focus on the domains of communication and emergency preparedness. Registration for winter and spring programs just opened, and there are new offerings that include emergency preparedness, home fire safety, and fire extinguisher use. Additionally, Coordinator Cohen is sharing communications with senior membership and encouraging members to subscribe to the weekly roundup to stay up to date with city activities. The attached age-friendly goals, action items, the attached age-friendly goals, action items represent far more items than a city can complete. This is why we developed the call to action that invites all community stakeholders to review the age-friendly action plan goals and action items and contribute to accomplishing the identified goals and action items. Excuse me. By working together, we can create a more inclusive and supportive environment for everyone in Lafayette. Interested stakeholders can work to implement action items to help community needs or reach out to city staff or the Senior Services Commission to coordinate and update us on your efforts. Right now, the plan exists as a commission document. It is our hope that through this staff and the council liaison, you can provide feedback and we can bring this plan to you for council adoption at a future meeting. Also in your packet this evening are some statistics shared by La Miranda Village regarding their partnership with the city. We are thankful for this partnership, and if you look in the most recent recreation guide, you will see an increase in joint offerings between Lafayette Senior Services and La Miranda Village. This year, the second year of the two-year council approved for supported memberships, this is the second year of the 2 years council for supported memberships. The commission looks forward to working with council as we consider a continuation of this partnership beyond July 2025. I will close with this poem written by Rebecca Chafee, who's a resident of Lafayette and a wonderful writer and a wonderful activist on our behalf. I would like to thank the City Council for granting us the time to present this year's update. Once again, recognize our commissioners for their time and energy, and we welcome any questions you may have at this time. Rebecca's poem is entitled, "It's Easy to Get Lost These Days." It's easy to get lost these days. It's easy to take a wrong turn down some internet rat hole that is talking about the news and the terrible things people are doing to each other. It is easy to get lost thinking about the state of our union and the future of the planet and the way people everywhere are being influenced by social media. It is easy to get lost these days when you're an old woman like me who's gaining weight around her middle and gaining aches in her joints and losing collagen in her face, and everyone is telling her to be thin, to be fit, to eat right, talk right, dress right, and none of it makes her feel right, just wrong all the time. It's easy to get lost these days when so many things are uncertain and everything familiar is changing and foundations are crumbling. But it's also easy to be found. If we wander outside under the sun and we turn our thoughts to our neighbors and we stand under the shade of a tree and thank it for its presence and the thoughtfulness of its cool comfort, it's easy to be found if we want to be found. If we send up a signal when we're lost, like a flag that we wave, signaling, "Help, I need you, friend. Help, I need you, daughter. Help, I need you, neighbor." And it's true, they will find you. They will meet you where you are. They will save you. It's easy to be found when we go outside ourselves with an open heart that is tuned to the waving flag symbols of others when we see them and hear them waving, "Help, help." It's easy to hold our hand and reach out with a kind word. It is easy to invite them to stand beside us, to share the shade of the tree, to share a moment and to share our lostness with them. Look at us, we were lost. We slid down the slippery slope of the news. We got lost in the social media and the contagious gloom and in the disastrous doom. We did it, but now we stand hand in hand across the aisle, across the street, across our differences. I have found you here. You have met me there. And together we stand under the tree. Upon the beautiful earth within the shade, we gaze eye to eye, we breathe the same breath, we are found together, because it's easy to get lost, and yet it's so much easier to be found. Becky's so thrilled that we were able to present this to you. She is in Hawaii, actually, and I have contacted her to get her permission to read this. But this kind of makes us feel how we feel at Senior Services. I think everybody on our team would agree with that. We are here to be here for you and to help in any way we can. And we have some great ideas coming up that I think you'll be interested to hear as they progress.
Well, thank you, Terry, and the Senior Commissions group, and Jonathan and Molly and Ricky. Your work is inspirational. That poem was inspirational. Thank you for bringing it to us. We're just so proud of the work you're doing to be so inclusive of our seniors and really connect and engage. So thank you. We appreciate it. We look forward to the continued work and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any questions or comments, please?
Comment. Well, you guys have made a lot of progress in the years, and thank you, Conrad, Carol, Dorothy, Ruth, and Ricky, and Jonathan, and Terry also. When I was on your committee a couple years ago, and weren't we still meeting by Zoom, and the Lamorinda Village arrangement wasn't yet set, so things have changed, and it sounds like things are going really well this past year, and coming out of the pandemic, hopefully we're headed in the right direction there. So keep up the good work and keep going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok. Please.
I just want to say thank you very much. It's just, I think what you outlined, it's amazing. The scope of what you're tackling is daunting to people who would be half your age. So you are proving that you are an amazing group with a lot of ideas, a lot of energy. And to me, it is just one of the best visions of this public-private partnership that we all strive to. That is only it works in a low-service city like Lafayette, and you're just making it, just really manifesting it beautifully. And so thank you very much for your work, and let's look forward to great things coming up over the next couple of years.
We hope so.
Let me just follow up on that. I had the pleasure of being the liaison for the last 4 years, and I think, echoing what you said, you haven't seen anything yet from this group. They've got a lot of great things that you're going to be hearing more about.
Watch for your monarchs.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Before you go, I'll ask for any public comment. Any
public comment on the Senior Services Commission's presentation? I have no speaker slips and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience, Mayor Dawson.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you to council, and thank you to the hard work of these volunteers and this staff. Without council support and the very hard work of these volunteers that are bringing these ideas together and looking out for older adults in the community, really making Lafayette a more age-friendly place. And it's a very rewarding task to take on with them. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you. I have to say, through this tail end of the year, we've had updates from the different commissions and committees, and it's really wonderful to end the year with this update because it's looking forward at this time, and it is still very exciting. So thank you very much. All right, now, Now, Sonia, I'd like to welcome you up for the housing element implementation update.
Philippe, I'm ready. Good evening, council members. I'm Sonia Urzula, Assistant Plan Director. Happy to present to you today our staff report for the housing element implementation. Just as a recap, the City Council considered the revised draft housing element in April of 2024. In July, we received correspondence from HCD that stated that they found that the housing element will comply with state law following the completion of necessary rezoning and readoption of the element by the City Council. The Planning Commission received this same presentation last week and recommended approval to your council. Tonight we are joined by staff from Lisa Weiss Consulting, David Bergman and Monica Siddick, I said that right, are with us today to assist in the presentation. So I will frame up the components of the presentation, and then Monica and David will go into further detail regarding our recommendations. In summary, you'll see that the staff report was very concise, and we tried to make it as easy to understand and process as we could. There are essentially 5 components to the approach that staff is recommending. The 5 components are adoption of the revised draft housing element, adoption of the addendum to the certified EIR, a general plan amendment to the land use element, and we're calling that General Plan 0124, zoning text amendments, that is ZT 0224, and rezoning of parcels and the associated amendment to the zoning map. The amendments before you today are responsive to the letter issued by HCD in July. The amendments correlate to the implementation programs such as Program 10.3A, 10.3G, AFFH Action 2.6, amongst others. The staff report calls out other programs that are correlated. All of these changes, staff believes that will facilitate the maximum allowed densities for the planned residential capacities. What I want to do is really highlight, before we can go deep into this, the key takeaways. Staff is recommending 60 feet height limits that are reflected in both the general plan language and the new zoning language, the new zoning districts. We also want to bring your attention to the revisions to the changes in the maximum FAR, a small reduction in the max coverage and open space in the MRA zone. And also the new proposed zones would include upper story setbacks and step backs for street facing facades. Those objective development standards help to start building the framework on the envelope for which any potential new development would have to comply with. In the future, we will continue working with Lisa Weiss Consulting to develop objective design standards, which are the more nuanced features that we would like to see as part of the community development. But the objective development standards are built into these zoning districts. So the first part of the approach is a readoption or adoption of the revised draft housing element. It's very clear, we are not proposing any changes whatsoever to the document that your council recommended approval for in April. Same base document, no changes to the appendices at all. The certified EIR was before you in January of 2023. Between January 2023 and April, changes responsive to HCD comments were made to the base document. So the addendum that staff is recommending adoption of captures those changes. Those changes are responsive to the faith-based organization language that made its way into the document, the AFFH actions, the De Silva partial upzoning, and those are the only concepts. The new technical report that was incorporated was a vehicle miles traveled analysis due to the FBOs. The conclusion is that the revisions to the 2023 certified housing element would not result in any additional or more severe impacts than those evaluated in the certified EIR. That's the addendum. The next component is the implementation part. The first part of the implementation plan is to amend the general plan land use element to align with the revised draft housing element. These are the 5 changes that we are proposing. Create 3 new land use designations, adding descriptions for the 3 new land use designations, changing the maximum building intensity from 17 to 20 dwelling units per acre in one of the designations, and then incorporating the minimum density requirements for opportunity sites in commercial or multifamily zones, and those are required as part of our implementation program 10.3.g. And then finally, the update to the land use designation map that is part of the general plan land use element. All those are required in order to capture all the proposed changes to the housing element. You'll see those as listed as downtown core 60, west end commercial 60, and east end commercial 60. What we did was take those core, those base land use designations like downtown core, west end commercial, and east end commercial, and then add the 60. So they should pair up with the base designation. We took a similar approach to the zoning text amendments. Staff is proposing 4 new zoning districts. Again, starting off with the base zoning and then adding a corresponding zone, naming it -60. Those 4 are incorporated as part of Chapter 6.2, Article 5, which is the design review section, Chapter 6.5, the residential conversion and replacement section, Chapter 6.8, the MRA and MRO. Those are some just really minor changes, but then really the changes are the substance of them are incorporated in Chapter 6-9 in the downtown commercial zones. Again, similar approach as the land use designation, using those base zones and adding a corresponding zone -60. You'll see we have in the staff report in the packet, there is a table that we prepared that summarizes all those changes and presents them to the side by side so that you can see the new changes. Again, the big highlight is the proposed height of 60 feet, and then some changes to parking, max coverage, and FAR. Some slight changes there. And of course, the setbacks. And the final part is rezoning. So in order for those parcels that were affected by the general plan land use designations with the higher densities, we created those zoning districts. And this table captures a summary of the impacts of the proposed zoning districts, which ones were converted to the new zones. We are also including in your packet updated land zoning map for your consideration. What else do I want to see? I have one more item to cover before I hand off the mic to Lisa Weiss. While we were preparing these amendments, we noticed that one inconsistency in the general plan designation and our zoning. This is the properties located at 889 and 895 Moraga Road. And so we wanted to take advantage of this opportunity that we were looking at the land use element to update those. The existing designation for those parcels under the existing land use element is medium density residential, which allows up to 6 dwelling units per acre, a zoning P1, which does not allow residential, and a downtown specific designation of neighborhood 2. Neighborhood 2 refers to a mix of housing types. The zoning is inconsistent with the general plan designation and the specific plan, a downtown specific plan. The staff is proposing amending, and I'll show you a map in a second, but amending the general plan designation to multifamily residential, allowing a density of 35 dwelling units per acre, and rezoning the parcel to multifamily residential office MRO. This is what it looks like currently. Let's see if you can see this. This green parcel I'm pointing to with my mouse is 889 Moraga. And then 895 is right above it. Oops, where did my mouse go? Right there. I wanted to show you what it looks like in terms of the existing general plan designation. So it kind of sticks out. And then this is what it looks like and then under the neighborhood, the downtown specific plan neighborhood 2. Neighborhood 2 captures both of those parcels that we are mentioning today. So when we present again on December 16th, we'll bring all the documents properly, but we wanted to bring this to your attention tonight as well. So now I'm going to hand it off to Monica, and she will go through in more detail the proposed amendments.
Well, Monica is setting up the presentation. Just introduce myself. My name is Dave Bergman. I'm joined by my colleague Monica Sidlick. I'm a director at Lisa Wise Consulting. Been the project manager for 16 housing elements around the state. And so I bring that perspective and experience to this project. I worked with Monica, who is leading your assignment on a number of housing element implementation projects, most recently in Piedmont, in Portola Valley, and currently in Saratoga. So communities that have similar dynamics to Lafayette. So we're cognizant of the concerns that come with implementing housing elements and are experienced in understanding and interpreting HCD's requirements as they evolve over time. So with that, let me turn it to Monica for the substance of the presentation.
Thanks, David and Sonia. Good evening. We're really glad to be here to present this material to you. A little closer, okay. Great, so as you know, there's a lot of material in your packet here pertaining to the zoning amendments and general plan amendments. So I'm just going to walk through some of the major changes, recommended changes. I may repeat some of what Sonia has just walked us through, but hopefully just zeroing in on some of the substantive changes, hopefully will lend a little bit of clarity to all of the information in your packet. So really we're here to implement some housing element programs, really 4 key programs to ensure that the zoning accommodates the unit count in your housing element, to establish a minimum residential density on housing element sites, to rezone a number of faith-based organization sites, and to increase the density for one particular low-density multifamily zone. And that's it. Not all of the housing element programs, just a few key ones here. So quickly, I'll just run through Sonia has already walked us through this, but generally speaking, we are recommending some amendments to the procedural part of your code. In general, really, it's just a light touch. We are making the changes that we have identified as necessary to fully comply with SB 330, which requires there to be a ministerial path for approval of these projects on the sites that we're tasked with rezoning. So we have recommended some just minor modifications to specify that the existing subjective design review findings really only apply to single family duplex, and then multifamily projects that don't comply with all the applicable development and design standards. In the chapter 6-5, a minor change to comply with new state legislation that requires no net loss, essentially. The section previously addressed conversion of residential space to non-residential, so instead now it implements that new state law. Minor modifications to the standards for the multifamily residential district A zone and the multifamily residential professional office district to ensure that these standards support and really facilitate the density that is in that is allowed. And then, as Sonia mentioned, recommended amendments to Chapter 6-9 to recommend minor modifications to the existing zones in that chapter, and then add the 4 zones that support 60 dwelling units per acre. So Sonia made reference to the table in your packet that that summarizes the changes to these zones and the new zones. So there's a lot on this table. So we're just trying to show the major moves that that you can see sort of at a glance. It's not everything, but we tried to display the information in as clear a way as possible given the amount of information. So in this, just to walk you through this very briefly, the top row shows all of the zones that we're looking at. The ones that are gray at the top are existing zones, and the ones that are shown in yellow are the proposed zones. So those are all new. And then some minor recommended edits, amendments for the existing zones that you can see in red text. So next, I have a series of slides that'll illustrate what's in this table. So specifically how the new standards and the changes to existing standards are necessary to support and facilitate the allowed density. And in the case of housing element sites, not just the maximum allowed density, but the minimum density that's required. So we'll start with the MRA. So here is the existing standards in this zone. We looked at a typical site, and we tested out these standards. We were charged with looking to see, do the standards truly support residential development at 35 dwelling units per acre, support and facilitate? And we found that they don't. So here this shows the changes between, the recommended changes between the existing standards for the MRA zone and the recommended, the amendments. So adding a minimum density on housing element sites, that's a particular program in the housing element which requires a minimum residential density of 88% of the maximum, so that amounts to 31. We found that the sliding scale wasn't working to support the density of units, so we recommend changing that to 1.0. We found that the lot coverage was too low to support the density that's allowed, so we recommend increasing that. And then height, just allowing 35 feet by right. And then we also found that the open space requirement needed to go down just a bit to truly say that the standards support and facilitate residential development at these densities. And then we did this by looking at just typical development configurations on typical site sizes with typical building dimensions and parking construction. And so you see those over on the right hand of the slide. And given these amendments, these typical development scenarios are workable. Next, looking at the MRO zone, here are the existing standards. And just a few changes here. Of course, the minimum density on the housing element sites Again, the FAR. There's also a very deep third-story setback on certain rights of way, and we found that effectively precluded a third story on many lots, so we recommend reducing that from 50 to 20. And then if these changes are adopted, we can demonstrate that the standards truly support the allowed density. So looking at the RB and the SRB zones, these are pretty similar, so we grouped them together. Not much to it here. We haven't recommended any changes to these two zones. But going forward, we want to point out how these existing zones and there's the standards compare to the 60 dwelling unit per acre versions of these zones that Sonia introduced us to. So looking at the 60 dwelling unit per acre versions of these zones, again, the density goes up to 60 with a minimum density of 53 on housing element sites. The height goes up to 60. We modified the setbacks to require 10 for residential facing streets. Currently, the code requires a 10-foot setback adjacent to residential. So what that tells us is that the community values a setback adjacent to residential. So we recommended a change where we just go ahead and write that into the code, a 10-foot setback for residential, instead of articulating it such that you must set a building back if your neighbor is residential, instead saying, well, if the proposal is residential, it must be set back 10 feet. And then introducing the upper story street-facing step backs at a 20-foot height, and then another 10 feet at 40 feet in height, in response to community concerns about perceived building height along the right-of-way. So those step backs are shown in the dotted line here in the lower right part of the slide. So the development configuration shown on this slide shows 100% residential, double-loaded corridor building over podium parking. And with the recommended amendments, the development works out. And here, this configuration shows a mixed-use scenario with 2 levels of structured parking behind a ground floor non-residential area, also a double-loaded configuration. And it shows a taller ground floor height, which is generally expected by most ground floor tenants and really required for many operations. This also meets the standards. The existing C zone is really okay as is. We know it supports density of 35 dwelling units per acre. As we know, the housing element calls for many of the C zone parcels to be rezoned to allow up to 60 dwelling units per acre. So going forward, we'll show how these compare. So for the 60 dwelling unit per acre version of this, of course, the density goes up to 60 with the minimum density. We reduced the side and rear setbacks from 20 to 10 to be able to fit the density on there, and the street-facing step backs again. So this configuration shows the 100% residential over podium parking. And for a mixed-use scenario, this also meets all the standards. So for the existing C1, one minor recommended change. As I mentioned earlier, the existing standard for a 50-foot setback on the third story effectively prohibits a third story along many parcels, so removing that to 20. Aside from that, these standards support the allowed density. And for the 60 dwelling unit per acre version of this zone, the density, of course, the height up to 60, the same recommendation for side and rear setbacks, and then the upper story step backs facing a right-of-way. So again, a 100% residential scenario, showing all of the standards, and a mixed-use scenario. Just to repeat Sonia's notes, a couple of changes recommended to the general plan land use element. It really comes down to increasing the allowed density of the low density multifamily residential land use designation, and then adding 3 new land use designations that correspond to the four new zones that we just talked about. So the zones we just walked through would implement these land use designations. And then looking at the recommended zoning map, it really doesn't look very different from your 2013 zoning map, but most critically, it includes the 60 dwelling unit per acre zones. And then this just shows in sort of a dark red outline to highlight the change areas. You can see the areas that are changing primarily are the 60 dwelling unit per acre areas. They're all just south of 24. None of them meet Mount Diablo Boulevard. And then a few faith-based sites scattered beyond that one contiguous area south of 24. Here's your existing general plan land use map. We would recommend creating a revised general plan land use map that generally uses the same format as the zoning map, but that uses some conventions, colors and hatches and textures that are typical of a general plan land use map. So here's the same map, or the recommended land use map, and then the change parcels highlighted here. And that's the end of my slides, and I'll turn the presentation back over to Sonia.
Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Pardon?
Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Oh, yes. Okay. First off, thank you very much for that explanation and for the visuals, Monica. That's great. Are there questions from Councilman Branduri?
With respect to the amendment to the land use element, do you anticipate that we would have an immediate amendment and then the GPAC would continue with further amendments later in the year?
That's correct. The intention here is to only make the land use element changes that correspond to the housing element to make sure that those two align. And the next general plan element to be updated is the entirety of the land use element. So we would capture any other changes that would be expressed by the GPAC.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of objective development standards, one of the notes says it's in subparagraph D of 6.5. Is that correct? Where are the objective design standards?
The objective design standards are built into the new zoning districts. So all the development standards in terms of height, setbacks, lot coverage, floor area, those are what we are calling the objective development standards. So they're all built in.
So they are truly objective. They have nothing to do with the way the building looks.
That's correct. So we are staff will prepare in collaboration with Lisa Wise. We will have a phase 2 in which we will engage the community and develop objective design standards. So in terms of the way it looks, we do have an opportunity to add on to those. The objective development standards is what sets the mold.
Okay, but
If I can clarify, again, this is Dave Bergman, if I can clarify. The development standards essentially create objective criteria for the building envelope, how a structure would sit and what its mass would be. That will meet the requirements of establishing objective development criteria. You as a community may opt, as many communities do, to further articulate that through a series of objective design standards. That's where you can begin to talk about issues like roof, materials, fenestration, those kinds of things that people really want to slug it out over. But this gets you to meet that initial requirement of having objective development criteria.
Okay, thank you. Because certainly at least in my mind, we do want to move on to that next stage. And is there any way you can estimate how long it would take to move on to, well, to complete that next stage? Because I take it, just to confirm, if a project, let's say we adopt this, the developer comes in, obviously they're not going to be subject to that second phase of design standards. So we're exposed for a certain period of time. I just like an idea of how long that time might be.
Right. So it depends really on the scope of work that we describe and how much community engagement we want to do, and sort of outreach and working through the draft standards. I would say it typically takes 6 months or so to 4 to 6 months, I'd say at the fastest, to work through a set of design standards with the community and the decision-making bodies.
Okay, thank you.
And we've already engaged, Lisa Wise will be working with us on that next step. The priority was to bring to you the objective development standards now so that we can submit those to HCD.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
One more for now. One of the public comment we received was a letter from Inclusive Lafayette. And I'm sure you've had a chance to take a look at it, but there's one paragraph I want to read and just get your comment on it. It says, rather than revising setbacks and stepbacks to facilitate achieving maximum densities in the RB60 and SRB60 and C160 zones, the city is adding additional constraints to limit future development. This is a clear violation of its housing element that we hope the City Council will direct staff to correct. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes. So looking at the paragraph above, it looks as though the letter writers called out setbacks and the fact that the new zones require setbacks for residential development, as opposed to requiring the same setback only if an adjacent development includes residential. And I believe the letter writers were referring to that. Our contention is that this doesn't add an additional constraint. Instead, we are recommending what we find are sort of removing the constraints so that the allowed densities are achievable and facilitated under the revised development standards.
If I can amplify some of Monica's comments in response to that letter. So AB 1397 requires us to undertake the analysis that has been undertaken to demonstrate that the housing element sites are in fact physically viable. And that's the point of the diagrams and the information that we've provided. It is also best practice to have consistent zoning regardless of what adjacencies are. So in other words, it's not contingent on existing conditions and everybody who is at the table has equal development rights, but also understands what the rules are. You're not limited by an existing condition or what a neighbor chooses to do. So the recommendation there is actually one that facilitates housing production rather than constraining it. So I think the author is misunderstanding the recommendation in two regards. The change from contingent zoning to absolute zoning is actually clarifying and facilitating housing applications, and that this analysis meets the requirements of AB 1397 to demonstrate the viability of housing element sites. Okay, thank you.
I will add one more thought. The letter writers may also be referring to the 10-foot step back at 20 feet and the additional 10-foot at 40 feet. So our position is that those step backs respond to communities' concern about height and perceived height along rights of way. And paired with the overall building height, those don't effectively, they don't pose a constraint. They don't limit the capacity of the sites.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification.
I did have one just clarifying question on the, when you were talking about the setbacks when they're next, when the, against, on the 60s, on the new zoning, when they're adjacent to a residential area. But looking at the map and where the 60s are located, as you mentioned, which are just south of Highway 24, kind of buried in the higher zoning, is there a scenario where that happened? I didn't really notice that there was any residential areas adjacent to our those new parcels anyway.
It's true that none of the new 60 dwelling unit per acre zones, but like a lower density residential only zone. However, they are all mixed use. So they could all potentially support residential uses.
So to follow up then, does that all mean that then because they're potentially residential, the 10-foot setback is in place? I mean, I guess I'm confused how we would adjudicate which.
So you want to have that so that you don't have encroachment between residential applications. If there's currently not a mixed use condition there today, but there may be into the future, this setback will allow for buffering between two mixed use projects that have a residential component. So in other words, that people aren't living on top of each other. It anticipates future applications.
Great, okay.
I'd also point out that, so we wanted to make as few changes as possible to the existing zones, really the lightest touch possible. So the zones right now that require a 10-foot setback if you're adjacent to residential also stipulate that it's adjacent to residential or any site that includes residential. So it's not just a residential zone, but anywhere where
that makes more sense.
There are units.
The slide just said residential zone. Okay, that makes sense. And then just a quick follow-up question then. You had parking requirements. And again, given where these zones are and the proximity to BART, most of that parking are going to be, so I guess we just we can look at those and just kind of nod because whatever, because we know they're really not enforceable anyway because we're superseded by state law in that regard, right?
Yeah, that's true. For the purposes of testing out these standards, we just made an assumption that it's possible that a developer might find that the project is marketable when the parking requirements are met.
Okay.
They don't need to, within a half-mile radius of the right.
Again, just clarifying the logic from an HCD position, what we wanted to do was protect you against an argument where if parking wasn't included, then HCD would say, no, these are not viable sites, even though an applicant or the city may not use its zoning code to require off-street parking within the half mile of the mass transit station.
Thank you. Any other questions? May we have a copy of your presentation?
I have some questions, Sheena.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Susan, please.
Yeah, no problem. Can you go back into that, what you just thought about the parking within a half mile of transit? Because we obviously know that that's the law, and it's included in so many sections now in each one of these zones. The language. We don't have that in our code now? And is it, but when an application comes in, we draw the map, we draw the circles, we absolutely understand, and we let the developer know that this is, within a half a mile of transit, and they know, and they know that there's no parking minimums required. Do we have to include that? Or is that just a good idea? Or is HCD forcing us to put that in? A lot of times we don't change our own law unless we change it because we want to nuance it. That's been kind of the explanations. Like basically we have the ADU laws and we bring them in and we have a chance to nuance them. But on this one, we didn't nuance it at all. I mean, this is exactly the same text as in the law. And so I'm just trying to understand why you feel we need to add it.
So there's a couple of issues, which is, first of all, there are some parcels in the zones that the new zone and the recommended changes zone that are outside of the high quality transit area. And you do want to have consistency across your zone as it's written. Makes it easier to administer, and again, makes it easier for applicants, makes it easier for property owners to understand their entitlements. So that's the best practice. Another thing to keep in mind is the way that the prohibition on enforcing off-street parking requirements at high-quality transit areas is written. It's not that you may not have parking requirements in zones within a half mile. It is that you may not use your zoning code to enforce those standards. So again, we would say for consistency, it's important for you to have those off-street parking requirements to the extent that the community wants to have off-street parking requirements consistent across the zone. The third point is, again, a HCD test. If this community were to move forward and to show the step backs, the massing diagrams that were presented here, and say, see, we can fit 60 DUs per acre and the minimum at 80%, no problem, we just don't park it, right? Then you're going to get questions. So we think, again, best practice is to show that parking requirement with an understanding that applicants may choose, and it's discretionary on the applicant, to have an alternative, or no, in some cases, none, but market-driven, generally speaking, off-street parking as part of their project. So I hope that clarifies the approach that we took to it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I don't understand. Okay, so two more. I don't really understand the arguments about the setbacks and how our current, you were saying some of our, our current zoning says 0 feet setbacks. I didn't think we actually had that, but you're showing that we actually do have. So what does that mean? Like, do we really have zones right now that have 0 setbacks?
Yeah, so if we look at the RB, there's no required front setback. The C zone has a 10-foot required front setback, front and exterior side, meaning if you're on a corner. The SRB has none.
Okay.
And the C1 does have a 10-foot front setback.
Okay.
Did I answer your
Yeah, I was just surprised. I thought we had setbacks on, at least some setbacks on all of our zones, but I guess we don't. Can you explain a little better, a little clearer on how the whole mixed use versus residential played into some of these, the wordings on these? Like give examples, I guess. So an applicant comes in and they've got, how do we help them know which one they fall into, I guess?
I'm sorry, which one?
Like if it's if they're in the 0 or if they're in the 10, if it's residential, how do we navigate that for our developers? Are there examples?
If I can maybe ask if I'm understanding, one could have a 100% residential project in a mixed-use zone, or
Correct.
one could have a ground floor non-residential. And the charge that we took on was demonstrating that physically viable projects would fit under these zoning standards. An applicant could come forward with a 100% residential project in a mixed-use zone, or could come forward with a mixed-use project. And that the 16-foot ground floor, that's generally what's required for credit tenants. So if you have a modern developer, most kinds of uses, retail, food and beverage, those kinds of things that you're going to be able to trigger financing on, those tenants will require that 16-foot setback. So then the plan is saying, hey, you showed a podium with two 8-foot parking decks behind it that fits in underneath, and lo and behold, it's okay. It fits under the recommended zoning standards. We meet the standard of AB 1397. Conversely, an applicant could move forward with a 100% residential project, not require that 16-foot ground floor, and it fits within the zoning envelope that is recommended.
Right, I'd add that these are all mixed-use zones, and so residential is allowed by right, and there's non-residential that's allowed by right. An applicant could come in with no units, just all non-residential, provided it's not on one of the housing element sites that has a minimum residential density. And
Okay, it just seems very complicated. But all right, so one more, and we've got, right now, we actually have objective design standards. And so I'm super confused now about, like, why can't we continue to enforce our objective design standards and then modify them as best we see fit?
I believe you're referring to the checklist, the
checklists and the points
phase one.
and yeah, all the points and stuff. Yeah,
That's correct. So we will revisit that checklist after this effort and update that as well.
but we still but that's still in place. It's not like you're saying that we can't enforce that. Is that true?
Well, as long as it doesn't present as a constraint. So we have to look at that.
And I would add to that that checklist and the standards in that document predate the 60 dwelling unit per acre zones. So I think there's a desire on the part of the community and the staff to update them so that we're really addressing all of the zones, the high density zones, the housing element sites.
So you're saying that when we adopt this, then we are you saying that we're throwing these out for now because they predate the 60 zone, or can we still enforce them?
So they would be enforceable so long as they don't conflict with the new zoning districts that we're creating.
Okay. So we can try, at least there is a chance to have that still in place while we work on the new ones to be better. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds like we'd have the spirit of the objective design standards, basically, as opposed to enforceable ones, depending on the development and no constraints, as long as it doesn't constrain it. So
I'm super confused. I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sensing, can we ask that you come back at the next meeting with a more definitive response on that? Because I agree with Councilmember Kendall. I'm not sure.
I agree. I mean, if we have them now, how are we exposed to the next?
Well, there seems to be.
Yeah.
Let's not. If you could come back to us with that,
that'd be great.
More complete answer.
Okay.
Okay, a couple more things. in a few of the sections on restricting land use options, there's a comment about if the location is not suitable for residential use. What does that really mean? Why would a site be not suitable for residential use?
Is there a specific section that you're thinking about?
It was a couple. It was in a couple different sections where that phrase was coming up. It was in land use. It was in some of the zoning things. It was just a phrase I was unfamiliar with. So maybe bring it back next time.
Yeah, I think that we're happy to look into that closer and
cool
report back.
All right, and so these are my general questions. So the maps and the forms, a lot of them were pretty unreadable, and I love the color coding that you guys have done on these new maps and stuff. But they were the black and white kind of layout ones that had different areas. Are we planning to update those? This was in the zoning section. Attachment 6. There was a couple of maps in there that were pretty unreadable. Maybe they were just our old maps.
I think I can respond to that. So there's just an exhibit. There's a figure in the C1 zone that is then repeated in the C160. So that exhibit refers to two. So I should preface my response by saying that this is intended to be a sort of light touch, right? We're only recommending the changes that are needed to implement those 4 housing element policies. It's not a general zone cleanup. We're not looking for things that are unclear. We're just trying to do what's needed to implement. So I think the C60 zone, which we really didn't recommend, I'm sorry, the C1 zone, where we didn't recommend any changes because the standards as is really do support density. There's this figure that references 2 specific areas that are, it looks like they're called overlay zones, and they're marked out on that figure. And
it's not very clear. It's just not very clear.
Yeah, they're not. It turns out one of them lies in this. They both lie in the C1 area now, and one of them lies in the area that is proposed to be rezoned C160. For that reason, we kept it in the C160, but we just don't have anything to say about that part of the text of that zone. So had no reason to modify that.
In a simpler term, our charge was to only look at parts of the code that would implement the housing element programs. We found lots of opportunities for improvement in your code, and we'd be happy to come back and work with staff and with the city on making your code modernized and more readable and doing all of those things. But we'd probably want to save that for another day. But that is a great opportunity to modernize and make your code more legible.
Right, and after a quick search, I think you mentioned there was language talking about in the BART area, land that's not suitable for residential use. The same response, really would have the same response to that question.
Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean? Sorry.
That would require a comprehensive code update and is not directly related to the housing element implementation that this task we've been charged with. Again, we agree with you. It's probably a good idea to go and do a comprehensive code update, but that's not the task we've been given tonight.
Okay, got it.
I believe I mentioned in my presentation, the charge here, or the goal is to submit a product to HCD that they would find would satisfy their requirements in order to get certifications. So it was really narrowly tailored, surgical in our approach.
Got it. One last general question is that we talked extensively about De Silva South parcel during the HE process and the desire to pursue a development agreement on that parcel. is that reflected in any of this?
The partial rezoning of the De Silva South property?
Yeah.
Yes, the general plan designation and the zoning map, we can show you where it's called out.
Okay.
But no changes to the base document or the appendices were made. Just, we'll show you where we pick it up.
But it's wording in our housing element, right? And is that sufficient? And does it need to be in any of these documents? That was the direction that we wanted to go in.
It's a parcel that is included as part of the rezoning, one of the parcels.
Correct. So you're not understanding what my question is. We had a lot of discussion, and I think it's actually in our housing element, where we talked about trying to get a development agreement with the Silva or whoever was going to develop it on that parcel. And I don't know if does it need to be reflected in any of these documents we're looking at today?
No, it does not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are we talking about the addendum EIR right now? We're not talking about that. We're going to talk about that later, or are we talking about everything right now?
Well, Susan, what we are, we're receiving this presentation, and we will likely call for a public hearing so we can review this at that public hearing. So if you have questions you want to ask preparation, that's fine. We can also have that opportunity during the public hearing, as well as the public to come out with their questions.
Okay, so then just a couple more things. So if we are including questions about the addendum EIR that was presented in our documents, if a developer comes to De Silva North or South, will a project-specific EIR also be required?
Can you feel that?
It will depend on the scope of the project and what they're proposing. If it's something that's already captured, we have the EIR that we have in the record as a certified document is a program EIR. So typically what we do as staff is that we look at the proposals, look at the scope of that proposal, that project description, and see if it fits within the analysis that has already occurred for the environmental impacts of that document, of that project.
Okay.
So it depends.
So what if they come out with a, so what did we study for those? Did we study just the zoning that we're proposing in this? Or did we do a higher zoning in the EIR?
So the certified EIR, which has already been amended, an addendum has already been adopted to capture any changes in the safety element. We tiered off of that. The addendum that will be presented to you next week as part of a public hearing captures those changes that were made to the housing element draft document that included the changes to the FBO, the two AFFH programs, and the direction regarding De Silva. So that's what the addendum analyzes. So that together, this addendum, together with the base document, entails the entirety of the housing element environmental review.
Okay, so should I ask questions about this anymore tonight, or is it supposed to wait till next week?
I think we should wait till next week.
Okay, sounds great. So the table you guys had, attachment 5, which was the summary of the development standards and amendments, it was different than the one you guys presented tonight, the one that was in our packet. It was missing the FARs and it had no height limit for the MRA areas and stuff like that. So for this next meeting, can you include the table you showed to us tonight rather than the one that was in our packet tonight?
I believe it's the same table. We'll confirm that it's just that.
Yeah, it had no FARs and stuff like that. Yes, and I was glad that they were on your table that you showed us tonight.
Happy to confirm.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions?
Mm-mm.
Okay, oh, Councilmember Derry.
Just a process question. I'll make sure I understand. We most likely will move to hold a meeting on next week, next Monday on the 16th. Now, at that meeting, it's conceivable we could conduct a public hearing and adopt the revised housing element, correct? And could we adopt the addendum to
Yes.
the EIR?
Yes.
We could do that.
Yes.
Okay, but then we would introduce the ordinance for amendment of the general plan and the zoning. But
Yes.
then we would need another meeting to conclude that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'm going to ask the public if there's any comment.
Mayor Dawson, I don't have any speakers in the community hall, but I do have two virtual participants who would like to speak. Jeremy Levine to be followed by Rob Lavoie.
Okay, thank you. And I also,
Brian Griggs after that.
oh, okay, thank you. And I see one raised hand in the audience.
Hi, good evening, council members. Good to see you on the last night of this current council. I really appreciate the hard work of staff and the prior council who made this zoning update possible. I helped write Inclusive Lafayette's letter, so I want to clarify what it says. I think the letter is pretty clear that we appreciate many of the changes proposed in the current draft, the improvements to the MRA and MRO zones, the creation of the new higher density zones. As those who know me can probably imagine, I think the city could do more, but there are a lot of important first steps here. Big picture, Inclusive Lafayette's fundamental goal is to create beautiful homes that further affordability and economic development in downtown Lafayette. On the merits, we made a lot of recommendations that further that goal, and I hope that the council will look at the comments about design review, demolition restrictions, and other areas of this code. But I do want to specifically talk about the setbacks in light of Councilmember Anduri's question and the consultant's response. So, I mean, just big picture, many of the most beautiful cities of the world have both commercial and residential buildings with no front or side setbacks. Paris, Barcelona, Vienna, these cities all allow buildings to be built up to the street and adjacent to each other. Lafayette's community, which has been referenced a lot at this meeting, wants beautiful design and new development, and I think we should follow the model set by the most beautiful places in the world to make that possible, instead of promoting weird, awkward spaces and gaps between where commercial and residential is allowed. But I also want to make some technical points, because Lafayette's housing element says pretty clearly that the goal is to best design zoning standards to remove unnecessary barriers to project feasibility and increase housing production. I am quoting right now. The city commits to revise height, setbacks, and upper story setbacks to facilitate achieving maximum densities. That is straight out of the housing element. And I saw the table that Mr. Pontarelli and his team made, that very clear, helpful table comparing the old and the new zones. So the letter accurately describes that the SRB and the SRB zones don't have any front setbacks, but the RB60 and the SRB 60 zones do. There are no upper story setbacks in the original zones, and the new higher density zones have them. So I don't understand how any of this is consistent with what the housing element says, revising setbacks and setbacks to facilitate achieving maximum densities. I think that we should be thinking deeply about how we create the most beautiful design and how our zoning can facilitate that. And we should make sure that we are following the housing element, the general plan update that our community just spent 4 years doing. So thank you very much. I hope the council will provide some direction tonight.
Thank you, Jeremy. You made it just in time. I appreciate your comments in your previous letter.
Rob Lavoie followed by Brian Griggs.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you, Rob.
Great, thank you. Thanks for taking these comments. So I was wondering if the proposed 10-foot setback, which I would like to say I appreciate, Jeremy may not, but I do, And I think residents next to a 6-story project would appreciate them as well. But anyway, can those be eliminated with density bonuses by the developer? And maybe Mr. Griggs will answer that as well. Let's see. Second question. Do we have any commercial sites with minimum residential? I heard that pop up, and I didn't think we had that standard anywhere, and I thought we discussed it and nobody thought it was a good idea. So maybe you can clarify that. Let's see. And did I hear that the parcel, I think it's 889 Moraga Road, was about to be automatically upzoned to 35 density from its current professional low use because it's in the middle of St. Mary's and Moraga Road intersection, which is the busiest intersection in town practically. So I wanted to clarify that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia, are you able to address those questions at all at this point? The first being, can the setback be eliminated by developer like bonus densities?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The second, do we have commercial sites with minimum residential at this point zone for, I saw the 53 minimum.
Should these proposed amendments be adopted, then the sites that are numbered, that are on the housing element site inventory, there, there's 40 some odd of them, on those sites, but only those sites, the minimum residential density would be applied. And that is 88% of the maximum density. So it's either the 31 units on the 35 dwelling unit per acre sites or 53 dwelling units per acre on the 60 sites.
Okay, thank you.
But there isn't yet, if that's the
Right,
question.
that's part of our proposal to get our numbers. Okay, thank you. And the last was the clarification on the 898 Moraga, those two parcels. That's going to automatically bump to the 35.
That's correct. The current general plan designation allows up to 6.
6, yes.
Right. But in order for it to be consistent with the specific plan, it would go up to 35.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions, Rob.
Brian Griggs, followed by Jeff H.S.
Hi, this is Brian Griggs. Can you hear me?
Hello,
Great.
Brian. Yes.
First, I wanted to just take 2 seconds to commend the city manager on her report for 2024. I've had the opportunity to work with multiple departments within the city staff and have found them all consistently great. I'm proud that the citizens passed Measure H so we can keep our staff intact and keep moving forward as a community. I did want to express my support for the rezonings and the housing element readoption. Commend staff, GPAC, Planning Commission, and to you, the council, who have spent, I would guess it's in the several dozens of hours on this, probably not pushing 100, but getting close. You certainly have had the challenge of balancing the obligations that are forced on you by the state versus what we're trying to do as, 42-year member of this community to make sure that our development is sensible and fits in. I think the idea of going to objective design standards and spending some time on that is certainly critical. I think those of us that have and will continue hopefully to develop in town, take pride in what we do, but I don't think that means everyone would do that. And so, being able to look at particular situations, Jeff Stone and I are going to bring forth a project on Oak Hill where the old Blockbuster was that terraces up the hill, probably about 30 feet in elevation. It creates a challenge when we're having to calculate the height of the building from the lowest point of the elevation to the highest point of the building. We'll be 54 feet at street level, but if it's measured by virtue of the way the current ordinances is, we'll be north of probably 75 or 80 feet. We're still fine tuning that, but it takes the right development in the right location with the right consideration by the city to have flexibility. And so I think that's very important. I have had the opportunity to work with Jeremy and his colleagues at Inclusive Lafayette. I think their letter tonight and some of their comments should be taken to heart. I'm very supportive of the fact that hopefully council will move this forward and then, as appropriate, readdress some of their comments over time. I do think that many of the code issues, as Lisa Weiss colleagues, pointed out, are a little antiquated and could, use a refresh, as we say. But I think Lafayette has done a really good job at the balance that you have to do. And I encourage you to adopt this as soon as possible, including if need be, hold a special meeting so that we can get this behind us. But thank you again for all the time you spend.
Thank you, Brian, for being along on this ride as well. Thank you for your comments.
Jeff S.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but can you speak up?
Yeah.
We're starting to lose Brian, so if you can try speaking up.
Yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. Hello, so sorry, it's saying Jeff S. Jeff Stone, CEO of Diamond Construction. First, want to thank council, staff, consultants, and community on what has otherwise been quite a long and tedious task that I think everyone in the room understands is at risk from outside developers that would take advantage of this particular time frame of being outside of compliance with the 6th cycle. I also want to support Jeremy Levine and Inclusive Lafayette. I think the comments and the overall goals match what we need to be progressively looking at as a community to ensure that our 7th cycle housing element update, and I always like to remind my friends that we're in the 6th, but in 8 years, we're going to be in the 7th. And if we're not successful in the 6th by encouraging and helping monetize development, we're going to even have a bigger problem, not just the units that we couldn't put on the BART parking lot. From my standpoint, although the housing element isn't perfect, it adequately satisfies the task before us. Height, setbacks, open space, and objective development standards has consistently been the issue at hand tonight. So I want to talk about that real quickly. When a developer is acquiring a site, they're looking at first market, and they're trying to understand whether or not a project, if it's 100% residential, mixed use, or other, is this going to be a rental project or is this going to be a condominium project? I currently have about 1,000 units in the East Bay, a couple projects in the South Bay, and I'm designing a lot of buildings currently. If I'm designing a rental building, the net square footage on a rental unit is typically about 750 to 800 square feet. And I'm minimizing the overall parking requirements because the market can't demand from me that they need as many parking stalls. And they also typically don't demand as much condominium square footage. Buildings that I'm designing in the condo space, whether that's Danville, Lafayette, Moraga, Arenda, are typically about 1,250 to 1,400 square feet because that's what the market demands. And meaning that once I complete a project, I need someone to either rent or to buy it. When you look at the objective design standards, you're trying to be predictive in what the market is going to require and how you're going to apply those development standards to those requirements. The hard task in front of everyone in your council's position is you don't know where the macroeconomics are going to be, and you don't know whether or not the underwriting is going to work for a rental or a condominium structure. The point being that you need to give enough flexibility, and I believe this report, and I believe that through the objective development standards before us, adequately gives us the flexibility because the 15% inclusionary housing ordinance, it does allow us developers and encourages us developers to utilize SB 330 and state density bonus law in the case that some of those development standards are untenable to that financial resolve for a particular project. Architecture is incredibly important to me, and I am up. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you for your comments, Jeff.
I understand Mr. Cervantes in our audience would like to speak.
Is that on? Thank you. Mayor Dawson, members of the council. Jim Cervantes, a former member of the GPAC, and speaking as a citizen. And I was looking back at my notes, and the GPAC's first meeting on the housing element was December 15, 2020. And we thought it would all be done in about 2 years. We spent about 18 months. The Planning Commission spent a good deal of time on that as well. The council spent probably about 2 years at least. Staff was there throughout the process. We went through multiple cycles of planning staff throughout this effort. And I'm just speaking here that we're on we're within sight of the end of this very long and painful process. And having worked through many issues at HCD that have been difficult. And just as a citizen, I'm saying, press on to the end. Let's get this thing certified. And so we can move on to other things in this community. I'm not speaking in any specifics, looking at the city attorney, but I think it would be wise for us to sort of like move on. So thank you all for your work. And frankly, as a former GPAC member, I'd like to thank planning staff and the consultants who worked on all this. They did a terrific job. You're so well served by your staff and all the citizens who engaged through multiple perspectives in this whole effort. And you heard some of them tonight. Made this kind of a remarkable experience just as a community as a whole. So I wish you all well, I wish us well, and I look forward to being done with the housing element. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes, for your insight from GPAC. We look forward to your help with that on this side of the dais soon. Any more comments?
None.
All right. With that, we will go back to council, the recommendation being, or you have a comment?
I'm ready for a motion.
Let's do it. Yes. Is there a motion?
Okay, I move we conduct a public hearing on December 16, 2024 for consideration of the revised housing element and the addendum to the certified EIR and for introduction of an ordinance rezoning and amending the municipal code.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Andori, seconded by McCormick. Take a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Kwok.
Aye.
Councilmember Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Andori.
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick.
Aye.
Thank you. So we will make that special meeting next week. I want to thank you, Sonia, and the consultants for this presentation tonight. It is a very complex situation. We do see the light at the end of the tunnel, so we'll look forward to that meeting, the public hearing next Monday. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 12, the consent calendar. Are there any members of council who would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? No. Public comment?
No public comment on the consent calendar, Mayor Dawson?
I'll move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Kwok.
Aye.
Councilmember Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Andori.
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick.
Aye.
And I am an aye. The consent calendar passes. And again, these are very large items. And just this quick passing of the consent doesn't reflect the many hours of hard work and deliberation put into these. So thank you. We recognize that. All right, the next item. We move on to council reorganization.
And today I have for you resolution number 2024-42 to certify the election results. I have a correction on the resolution you're going to consider, so if you would indulge me so I can read it to you. Section 4 of your resolution mentioned precincts, and the way the canvass of the votes came to us, they did not include the precinct count this year. So I would like to reword section 4 to read the following. The number of votes cast in the city for each of the persons above for the respective offices for which the persons were candidates are listed in Exhibit A, attached here to and incorporated herein by reference. With your approval in that amendment.
Thank you. Do I need to take a vote on that? Okay.
You have to take a vote on the
May I have a,
amendment.
yes, may I have a motion? Oh, thank you. Is there public comment?
I don't see any speaker slips or public comments on the resolution.
Councilmember Andori?
Okay, I move adoption of resolution 2024-42, accepting the certificate of canvass of votes for the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election.
I'll second that.
Do we have to say yes?
As amended.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Andoria, seconded by Vice Mayor Kwok. Roll call vote, Vice Mayor Kwok,
Aye.
Councilmember Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Andori,
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick,
Aye.
and I am an aye. The resolution passes. And next, we will move on to remarks.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Dawson. And many of you know that today is my last day of my term on the City Council, and so I appreciate the opportunity to make a few marks and some reflections on what I've learned on City Council. I joined about 1,200 days ago, this City Council, and it seems like a long time, but it flew by a lot faster than I expected. I had an amazing experience, and I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to have served Lafayette and the wider region in this role. But I thought I'd share a couple things I've learned with you from these 1,200 days in office. And first, I discovered that there are actually some hidden heroes in our midst that I wanted to shine a light on today. And the first one is my wife, Violet, who's here today, sitting in the back of the room. Violet, thank you. It's one thing for me to take on this role. I spent maybe about 20 hours a week on average over the last couple of years. And, it uses up a lot of my free time, and it means that the burden in my household shifts to somebody else in the household to do more cooking, do more cleaning, do more laundry, do more grocery shopping, do more errands, right? Because I've certainly done a lot of less than that, and I'm going to get payback probably next year. But I do want to acknowledge that our spouses really take on a burden during our service. And there are family sacrifices during that time to our vacations, to our birthdays or anniversaries. I think we've all seen if our council meeting falls on those days, we're not changing the council meeting. So I really also appreciate the sacrifice of our families. And, I want to acknowledge Violet, but I also want to acknowledge Michael Dawson and Sharon, Councilmember Dewar, and Colleen and Brian over there, and then the Candells over remotely, because each of them and all of those who are there's Michael in the audience there, have really been the hidden heroes who are volunteering their time for Lafayette in a hidden way. So thank you guys for all what you're doing. You're definitely making Lafayette great. Now, another set of hidden heroes that I've discovered is actually the staff of the city of Lafayette. And over those 1,200 days, I've worked on dozens of projects with dozens of staff members across planning, the police department, engineering, administration. We just heard, look at the list of things that were accomplished. And as a normal resident, you really can't appreciate that unless you're working down in the trenches shoulder to shoulder for years with these colleagues. And I am amazed by the competence, by the professionalism, and by the diplomacy and the commitment and the loyalty of our staff to the city, to our residents, and to Lafayette. So if we love Lafayette, and it turns out that we conducted a survey this year that discovered that 93% of us are satisfied with the quality of life in our city of Lafayette. We really owe it to the men and women of our city staff who are really doing it day in and day out. So thank you. Narup, Mala, Joanne, Greg is here, Sonia, and Jonathan, and I don't want to miss anybody, Mike in the back. So we've got a lot of staffers. They work really quietly behind the scenes. They're proud of that. I wish they would make more noise, but they're making it a wonderful place. And I really could not have appreciated all their work unless I had taken on this role. And you guys are amazing, so thank you. Let me close by thanking my fellow council members. It's been a pleasure to collaborate with you all these years. I think there was just such a high level of professionalism and camaraderie and collaboration on difficult topics like you could hear tonight, very technical topics that are mainly difficult for us to handle, mere mortals, and they range in such a wide range. So I always look forward to those meetings where I could count on having 4 other people with great brains working on these problems. And I think really at the end of the day, I'm proud that I think we came to better solutions, obviously, because of those discussions we had. So thank you. Sorry, Susan, that you're not feeling well today, but thank you, and Gina and Carl and John, for that camaraderie. And finally, I do want to thank the public and the community members, many volunteers on commissions. Thank you for texting me, calling me, meeting with me. I met so many interesting people these years, and it was a great opportunity to engage and hear what you're doing. And I even though I'm stepping off council, I'm still going to be in Lafayette, and I'm looking forward to finding new ways to contribute to our community as we go forward. So thank you all very much.
Well, this is the time too that I'll be rotating out soon of my mayor position. So I prepared a few words, mostly summarize what this great year this is. So I will go ahead and read through so it can all go on the record. It has been my honor and privilege to serve as mayor this past year. Many thanks go to my husband, Michael, for your support these past 4 years, but particularly this past mayoral year, which has been quite busy and very impactful. And I share Waitai sentiments for all of our spouses. It's been a busy year for all of us. I thank my fellow council members for your collaboration and professionalism, and our city manager for adeptly managing the city and the work of our amazing staff. I am grateful and so proud of staff's dedication to making the city the wonderful place that it is. Thank you to the many committed volunteers that serve on our city commissions and committees and nonprofits, which are integral to the inclusiveness and vibrancy of our community. And much appreciation to our Chamber of Commerce, long-term and valued economic and community vitality partners. The recent holiday event was a very joyous example of that. Together, all of us make a formidable team. We truly have a generous and considerate community. And together we have accomplished a lot this past year. Beyond the basic of the work of the city to keep the community safe, keep infrastructure well-maintained and planned, provide inclusive recreational programs and spaces, and in general, provide services that make this the well-enjoyed environment it is in a fiscally sustainable manner. We have much work to be proud of, and I will touch on a few highlights. We started the year by appointing Councilmember John McCormick to fill Councilmember Teresa Geringer's vacant seat. He was especially qualified to join us as reviewed and adopted the council's 3 current priorities of short and long-term fiscal sustainability, wildfire prevention, preparedness, and utility safety, and planning for downtown Mount Diablo corridor enhancements. Constantly vigilant of our budget stance, as diligently provided by our finance director, council made the decision early in the year to place a sales tax measure on November's election ballot for residents to decide how to address the anticipated budget shortfall. Staff put incredible work to inform the community of the impacts and options. A volunteer citizen group formed and went considerable lengths to support the tax measure, and the informed community voted with a 65% majority to pass the Measure H sales tax and maintain city services at their current level, which is a very high standard indeed. This was historic, the first time the city passed a sales tax measure since incorporation. So congratulations to the community for this and all involved with a hand in it. More work was done for wildfire preparedness. Our police department partnered with Con Fire to clear brush along major evacuation routes, held a joint town hall with Con Fire in May, and supported the Emergency Prep Commission in work with the residents to up the number of fire-wise neighborhoods to 25, with more in progress. Council also engaged the Office of State Insurance Commissioner Lara to respond to fire insurance concerns and will continue the follow-up. The police department continued its community safekeeping and engagement work and furthered the impacts of the Slow Down Lafayette campaign, which in collaboration with traffic engineering and our communication analyst, literally slowed down traffic speeds in hotspot areas, reducing safety and injury risks. This year's council and residents spent many hours on top of the thousands already invested on the housing element update, scheduled for public hearing, actually now, Monday. We look forward to certification in the near future and thank the community for coming out and sticking with us the past 4 years. In July, the citywide ban on the use of gas-powered leaf blowers went officially into effect. Engineering and Public Works completed safety improvements around schools, roundabout improvements, and planned 2024 street maintenance projects, even managing to improve our pavement ratings. A great feat of planning and efficiencies. We received a $900,000 grant from Congressman Mark DeSaulnier for our West Reach Creeks project. Thanks to the Creek Committee for related efforts, and also update to the Homeowners Creek Maintenance Guide posted now on our city's website this year. We worked on tree protection ordinances to align our tree protections with objectives of wildfire safety, included in the safety element of the general plan. We worked on ADU ordinances to align with objectives of allowing more streamlined, inclusive housing opportunities for our adopted housing element. The city implemented new data and payment systems for more efficiencies, and for the 9th consecutive year was awarded a certificate of excellence in finance reporting. We co-hosted the 3rd annual Community Day with the Lafayette Community Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce and enjoyed more participation than the last one. Council extended the authority for outdoor dining until January 2026, so we can enjoy that. The Resident Reservoir Tower Task Force continued work with East Bay Mud, and the city met with the Department of Dams. East Bay Mud attended a recent meeting, and we will continue follow-up on that end. The city and community gained closure on PG&E's tree removal project along gas transmission pipelines. Over 200 trees slated for removal 7 years ago can now remain monitored in place, and since then, PG&E has made local pipeline safety improvements in collaboration with the residents, the city, and the CPUC. Community center playground work was completed and opened to much delight. The first phase of the 2 parks plan concept design was completed, and the city received a $50,000 check from the All Ages Recreation Downtown to go towards this collaborative project. So thanks you for that work. Great work continues with senior and youth commissions, and there are so many other accomplishments this year that I cannot possibly list them, but know there is much to be proud of and to celebrate. To end, I am going to circle back to where we began with it being an honor to read the land acknowledgement that adopted by the city last year at every first council meeting of the month this past calendar year. It is in recognizing this history and its spirit of honor and respect for all that has been before us and all that we endeavor to do together as we move forward to honor and make better this place and community that I thank council, each and every one of you, for your work to this end and for the privilege to serve as mayor this year. So before I end, and in closing, I particularly want to thank you, Vice Mayor Wei Tai Kwok, for your service on council. You're stepping down and chose not to seek re-election because of other priorities, and understandable, but we're going to miss you. It has been a great pleasure to serve alongside you, literally this past year, and all through the past 3 years. You leave an indelible example for council with your fair, informed, eloquent, yet succinct consideration and expression of matters. The accomplishments that mayors have read off for the past 3 years, you have had a hand in. You are a true leader by example, fortitude, and initiative. I appreciate your logic, fairness, and innovative ideas. I can't say enough about how much I admire you. Your work on environmental sustainability and climate change is inspirational to countless people across the country, let alone our city. I will miss working with you, but I'm glad to know you are continuing this good work in your professional and volunteer endeavors. We are grateful for your service, and we have a fancy proclamation for you. So I won't read this, but suffice it to say, we are so very grateful for your service to the city of Lafayette.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. I'll give you a hug afterwards.
Yes. Okay, next we will ask for.
Oh, actually, we have, the next thing that comes up is that I have the honor and opportunity to present a tradition to Mayor Dawson as she completes her term. The city, we give a gift, a plaque, and before I present that plaque to Mayor Dawson, I want to say that this year, as your mayorship, you've been a trailblazer. A real trailblazer, because you are the first Asian American mayor of the city of Lafayette. And for that, I am particularly proud that in the 50+ years that you have this opportunity to be so. And your father was born in the Philippines. He immigrated to the United States. He was a doctor, and he raised his family here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I know he's looking down from the heavens at your year here as mayor, must be very proud. And I'm really proud that for you to have been a trailblazer in this regard. So let me present this. This plaque, it's a gavel. It says, "In appreciation for Gina M. Dawson, Mayor of the City of Lafayette." Can we get up? Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei Tai. And by the way, we have a special gift for you here. I have neglected to pass it on, so there you go. I encourage you to open that, actually.
It has a leaf blower band on it. Very good. Thank you.
Hopefully you'll open that and share that with the public. Okay, at this point, I will welcome public comments or any comments?
Mayor, I do have some people in the audience would like to make some presentations, starting with Candace Anderson.
Microphone. Oh, even better, the red button. In our chambers, it's the green button. But anyway, what a fun time you're having working on your housing element. And it was really nice to sit there and listen to that just a bit. I do want to introduce to you Jill Ray. Many of you know Jill. She has actually been with the county in the District 2 office for 32 years. 28 years. I'm sorry, 28 years. We were just discussing it yesterday. It's been a long day. 28 years. We celebrated her 25th anniversary a few years ago. But she is now going to be my liaison to Lafayette. As some of you may know, Lori Byers is retiring at the end of the year. And so Jill is here. She also helps me in Moraga, in Orinda, and with a lot of other issues, including Measure X, criminal justice, other homeless services, emergency services. Yes, so anyway, Jill will be there. But here I want to thank Wei Tai. I do have a proclamation honoring you for your service. It's been a pleasure serving with you and seeing all of the great initiatives you've been bringing forward to the people of Lafayette, your tireless service, and your wives also, being there supporting you, your children. It's hard when you're serving on a council, having done that myself on 2 different councils, and particularly when it's not your full-time job. And so I thank you for your service. I'm delighted to present that. And then Gina, as outgoing mayor, I also have a certificate for you, just thanking you for your tremendous service. Gina and I get to serve together on Recycle Smart. She's intelligent, she's smart, she did a great job chairing Recycle Smart as well, and just brings a fabulous perspective to everything she does. And so I've really enjoyed working with Gina as well. So if I could present these to you, I'd love to do that right now. And I'm going to have Jill do a nice little photo op. Because that's what I like.
Mayor Dawson, I also have a representative from Rebecca Bauer-Cahan's office.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Kaylee Deland. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Mark DeSaulnier's office. And we just want to be here tonight to thank Councilman Kwok as he retires from the Lafayette City Council. We do have a certificate on behalf of the congressman to present to you, but we just want to thank you for everything that you've done to make this community such a wonderful place to be, making the community more sustainable, and supporting a more inclusive environment here in the city. So we want to thank you for your amazing work on council and congratulate you and wish you well in this next chapter. So, and I'd love to be able to present this to you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely.
And we have Don Tatson from Senator Glazer's office, I hope, yeah.
Hello, good to see you all again. So earlier this year, when Senator Glazer realized, one, he was no longer going to be in office, starting probably about now, and looked around and realized he had a fair amount of budget left in his proclamation category. And so the word went out to suggest names for people to get proclamations. So here, I have 3 with me tonight. So first, we'll do the outgoing vice mayor. So I had the good fortune when I was retiring from the city council of living fairly close to Wei Tai, and I'd already identified him as somebody who could fill my shoes and people wouldn't remember me 30 days later. And that has proven to be the case. You've done a wonderful job and we really appreciate it. I only wish you could have stayed longer and that Violet would have agreed to that. So Joanne, if I could ask the city clerk to give you that top box. As I've said before, the Assembly does really nice jobs of proclamations. So there you go. Sure. Second, turning to the outgoing mayor, I first met Gina along with her husband when they were discussing Lafayette trees. And we met a few times at Papillon and they would pepper me with questions and I would fumble with answers. And from there, Gina went on to run for city council successfully. That was good news. And I'm not surprised when I came to a few meetings and saw her in her polite, genteel way, basically eviscerating some person she was talking to, because she knew their job far better than they possibly could. And she never got mad, she never got angry, but she made it known that she knew more than they did. So if we could give you that second box. And I will go out of order for the third box that is up there, somewhat of a surprise. This is the one that the center in particularly wanted us to give out. This is someone whom he has worked with closely and whom he holds in high regard. And I would ask that our city manager, Nerup Srivatsa, approach the podium to receive a proclamation. And this one is, there is so much on this one, I think it was written in microfiche. I think we surprised her. So thank you, and I'm very pleased to see that Lafayette remains in great hands. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And I just want to mention, I know Supervisor Anderson is presiding in Danville over the opening of the West County Family Justice Center in Danville. South County. Yes, South County. That's us. Yes, yes. So that is tomorrow at the Danville office, correct? Okay. Yes, that's a great thing for the county. And thank you for staying here through our housing element discussion. I appreciate that. Okay, with that, are there any other public comments?
Mayor, I have no additional public comments unless someone in the, oh, I do have comments. Mary Ann Hoisington.
I am just a regular citizen, and one of the reasons I love Lafayette is you. We are so lucky, the type of people that are willing to give their time and energy for all of us. And so thank you very, very much. And Wei-Tay, this is a bittersweet night for you. I was hoping to see you as mayor next year. I know many people were, and I hope you're not leaving Lafayette, you and your lovely family. So we'll see you around town. Thank you for everything you've done since you were here. And the whole council, we're just so lucky to have you take the time you do and make our city the way it is. It's just such a precious place to be. And Mayor Dawson, you have spent so much time, not only on the council, with a council like this, it must be easy to organize them and keep them going, but you've been around town a lot the whole year. We've seen you many, many places, and that's one of the things that keeps our town close and makes it so loving, really. And so I just want, from regular citizens, to say thank you to you.
No other commenters? I see no hands raised. I see nobody looking like they're jumping up yet.
Thank you.
Are there?
Well, more public comment, and I'll keep it really brief, although I wish I could go on and on, because Wei-Tai, it's just, you've just been such an excellent council member. It's been a real pleasure working with you, with the Environmental Task Force, with East Bay Mud. Maybe pleasure doesn't cover that, but I've really admired the way that you've worked on that situation, all of the thought that you've brought to the council meetings. Thank you. And Gina, you came on the council at the same time. It's just really seeing you grow into the mayor role and carry it out so wonderfully. And the comments about Gina being out in the community is so true. You know, realizing all the time, you know, the family time constraints that you've had has just been remarkable, how much you've given to the city and how graciously you've done it, and the gracious way you've led the meeting. So thank you very much.
Yes, and just briefly, because I know our time is short, but I have to my deep appreciation for putting your faith in me as a rookie council member. It has been just such a privilege, and I've learned so much. And wait till you actually said, which is so true. It's like everybody. It's just like you guys everybody's on it, and it's so smart. And I learned so much from each one of you. I mean, especially Wei-Tai, your comments. You're not, you know, you're always kind of like sit back a little bit, but then when you say something, it's like, oh, it's so profound. And it is amazing, and I'm always very, very impressed. And Gina, your leadership has been tremendous. I especially appreciate you being your co-representative on Recycle Smart, and things has been just tremendous. I thank you so much for a memorable first year, and I couldn't wish it any better. And with Councilmember Kandel, I'm looking forward to next year. I will miss you so much, Wei-Tai, but thank you very much for allowing us. At least we served together for a year. Thank you.
And finally, yes, Wei-Tai, we are going to miss you. We're going to miss you, especially for your work on the environmental task force and everything related to energy and everything. And the work you've done and the contributions to Lafayette pushing us forward with adaptations to climate change is really important. And we will absolutely miss everything that you've done. And good luck. Don't be a stranger. I hope we can still reach out to you because you have a depth of knowledge in some things that it cannot be replaced. And so I hope you don't mind if we keep reaching out to you.
Thank you so much, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and
Uh-huh.
good luck on your mayorship year, the year ahead.
Thank you for those comments. All right, with that, we will move to the seating of the newly elected council members. Turn that over to you, Joanne.
Yes, if the newly elected council members were join me at the podium, I will swear you in one at a time in alphabetical order. Does that sound okay? You're first. Carl, you're first. So they don't want to hear me, they want to hear you. So just repeat after me.
Okay.
I, Carl, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
I, Carl Andre, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without a mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, let me have him stand closer. Thank you. Cervantes. Get close to the mic.
Thank you.
I'm just going to do it in little slopes that you can. Okay.
Got it.
I do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
I, Jim Cervantes, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you so much. Can I sign that? Okay. There you go.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gina Dawson.
Oh, I like that. It's nice big type here. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to read it in small groups.
Okay.
I, Gina Dawson, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
I, Gina Dawson, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to read it in a little small verse.
Sounds good.
I do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
I, John McCormick, solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you very much.
All done.
Okay, before I depart for the last time, I've been asked to open this gift from my fellow council members. So let's see what this is. It's well wrapped. Oh my goodness, it's the world's smallest electric leaf blower with the new leaf blower band. So I will thank you very much. This will have a very nice home on my desk.
Thank you, Joanne, for finding that. It's perfect. It'll help keep your keyboard clean, I understand, with no polluting irritants. Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to welcome comments from our newly elected and newly seated council members. If you have any you'd like to make, please do.
Okay, it's on. First of all, thank you all so much. And I just had a few thoughts I wanted to share with you all and with the community. As I sit here and reflect, I think a lot of my grandfather, who's a laborer from Leon, Guanajuato, who emigrated to this country with his wife. He never would have imagined that his son would have become a pilot in the United States Air Force, and his grandson would have been elected to a leadership position in an American city. That would have been beyond anything he could have dreamed for his family. But I also note that I didn't get here by myself, and I give thanks to many, many people, most notably to my wife, Francesca, who's in the audience with our daughter. Francesca was my campaign manager, text editor, daily reality checker, and thought provoker. And it is an understatement to say that her wisdom and insight was just invaluable during the campaign for the city council seat. So thank you so much. You made all the difference in the world. And I also owe gratitude to many Lafayette residents. Meredith Mead, who has served as my campaign treasurer, Carol Singer, who offered to gather my signature petition form and came back in less than 24 hours. It was all filled out. And all those who provided insight and counsel throughout this process. And just to name just a few, Susie Pack, Richard Whitmore, Don Tatson, Janet Thomas, Tracy Brogue, and the many former mayors, including Erlinghorn, and former and elected officials who I met with at Tutu's, Papillon, Public House, to have a conversation, and they gave me their vote of confidence with their endorsements. And I greatly appreciate all that support. And I'll note that as I engaged with people over coffee and door-to-door canvassing, I talked to homeowners, renters, business people, parents with kids in schools, Rotarians, members of our LGBTQ community, and we all share this goal of keeping Lafayette as a vibrant place with a strong sense of community. And I hope to deliver on the trust that the voters have shown me in this last month's election. And I look forward to engaging with our excellent city staff, with this talented city council, and our experienced returning mayor. And so thank you all. I look forward to this next 2 years, and I look forward to serving the people of Lafayette. Thank you.
Just real briefly, because to get on by, I want to welcome Councilmember Cervantes. I do recall when I was speaking to Brant Anderson, when I was thinking about applying, he said he had to serve 7 years on the city council before he wasn't the most junior member on the city council. So I appreciate that I'm, after 1 year, no longer the most junior member. But I look forward to serving with you, and is humbling, and I'm gratified that the going through an election is an amazing experience. And I think the support you get, it really makes you, it's important, I think, and humbling and nerve-wracking, but gratifying. And I'm excited for the next 4 years and what we can all accomplish together. And that's what it's really about, making sure that we all love Lafayette, and we're going to make it the best place we can be.
Thank you. If there,
Well, just to quickly say, I too look forward to serving with this council. I think it's going to be a great year. It'll be a challenging year, but I think we'll be working hard. I want to thank my campaign team, some of whom are here. I want to thank those in the community who helped with my campaign, and I want to thank the public for voting again in record numbers. I mean, Lafayette has such a high voter percentage. It's great. So thank you to everyone for coming out, and thank you to Lafayette voters for overwhelmingly passing Measure H, making our time a little less challenging over the next couple of years. But thank you.
thank you. And I second that about thanking the community for getting out the vote in such a good way, in a big way, particularly for Measure H, and for fellow council members that I am proud to serve with this coming year. And thanks also, Michael, for being my campaign manager and just general supporter. Put that plug in again. And as one of my things I'd like to end with, especially as my mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to nominate Councilmember Susan Candell for mayor and Councilmember Carl Andori for vice mayor. Second?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Before we take a vote, I will take public comment. Great. I just want to say, although this is the tradition of council, that we move into these, rotate into these roles by seniority, I think it's going to be a wonderful year, Susan, with you as mayor. Look forward to it. Now that we also have, our budget, short-term fiscal sustainability intact. So we'll look forward to further work on that priority and others in the year coming. And Carl, you're an old hand, vice mayor, so you'll be a great support, as always, a great mentor to council. So thank you. So with that, I will take a roll call vote. And let's see, I'll need to do this in order now. Councilmember Andori, Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Andori.
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick.
Aye.
And Councilmember Cervantes?
Aye.
I am an aye. It is unanimous. Welcome to, back to our new mayor, Susan Candell, and our vice mayor, Carl Andore. Thank you. And with that, it's my great privilege to say, I think we're ready for, oh, Susan, oh, yes, what am I talking about? Let's have some comments if you'd like to make some, Mayor Candell.
I definitely do, you guys. I am so sorry that tonight I'm sick, I'm coughing, I'm muted all the time, you can't hear me. But had I not had this cough, I missed a great evening. And I'm sad not to be there with all of you guys because this has been really fun. But so first and foremost, sorry, I want to truly thank Mayor Dawson for her leadership this last year, especially with the passing of Measure H. Measure H, the half-cent sales tax, took a village to educate our residents about what was at stake. And this took coordination with our amazing staff, led by the dynamic team of City Manager Nirup Srivatsa and our Administrative Services Director, Tracy Robinson. These three ladies working together were the tour de force that Lafayette needed to rise to the moment to get this passed. Without these three ladies, we would have been facing many, many very sad and hard meetings where we'd be forced to make deep cuts to our staff and our services. So please, let's join me in thanking these three ladies and the entire Measure H committee for truly loving Lafayette. So I wish Tracy were here. So looking forward to this upcoming year, I believe we can face it with optimism. We have a great city council, and I'm glad to welcome our newest member, Jim Cervantes. I've worked with him on our general plan advisory committee and believe that he will be a hardworking and professional council member. And I definitely look forward to working with him in the future. Our budget is now balanced. We have a great new police chief. Our loyal staff is still with us. Thank you. And we are stopping the hiring freeze so we can get some new hands in to help with the workload. Last year, we finished the Safety Around Schools projects, at least the quick fixes that everyone in Lafayette can really feel. There is no doubt that these improvements resulted in traffic calming, safer pedestrian and bike access to the schools, and real tangible feedback to drivers. You are not driving near a school site, so you better be on your highest alert and definitely slow down. And I want to thank our public works and engineering staff for the hard work these last few years to accomplish this. And hopefully this upcoming year, we will begin work on a huge project made possible by Representative Mark DeSaulnier, who secured a $3.1 million grant to help fund the Class 1 walkway on School Street from the trail in front of Stanley Middle School to Lafayette Elementary School. There's a temporary walkway there now, but this will make it permanent and beautiful, along with making our kids even safer. And we will continue to work towards an acceptable walkway solution with the residents along Topper Lane. For another point of optimism is the moving forward of reopening our beloved Park Theater. So many people in this community have come together to make this happen, and the city of Lafayette has been right there with them, encouraging them and supporting them. The first round of designs were presented to our design review commission and approved unanimously. Great job, Park Theater leaders and supporters. And between this meeting and the next meeting, hopefully not too many after that, we should be finally done with our housing element. And thank you, Mayor Dawson, for getting us to the finish line. I am confident we will cross this finish line very soon. This multi-year, very time-consuming and expensive task was not unique to Lafayette, but extended to all 57 counties and 482 cities across our fine state. Some estimate that this has cost cities and counties almost $3 billion to do, and the state only reimbursed us about $1 billion back to the cities and counties. I think many of you would agree with me that this lost $2 billion could have been spent on actually building the affordable housing we need. Many of you know that I'm highly critical of Sacramento's housing laws that have eliminated almost all of our city council's authority or what gets built in our city. I'm also pretty critical of the housing element and RHNA process, as this has turned into a pretty crushing set of mandates that has pit the state now totally against the cities. The state can even now charge cities fines of $50,000 a month if we are out of compliance with our housing element. So in the words of our own Senator Steve Glazer, who said this a few years ago to a large group of us local electeds. The state will continue to blame you, the cities, for the affordable housing crisis, even though it's not your fault, because you cities are the weakest link. I have looked up to Senator Glazer over the years. He's always been unafraid to speak truth to power. I applaud him for being so honest with us city leaders and would love to return to a time when the cities worked with the state on this real situation and this real issue. I know Lafayette is committed to this, but the current laws and mandates will never solve this real problem of housing affordability. So in conclusion, I look forward to working with all of you and all of our residents to make Lafayette the very best we can be. It takes teamwork, dedication, and a good amount of sweat equity. I want to thank my family and especially my husband, Brian, for supporting me through all this. Last time I was mayor, our plan was to go to every single restaurant in Lafayette over the year to learn about each one and taste all the great food being served here. Well, COVID happened, so we had to abandon it. But now Lafayette is back and as vibrant as ever, and we will once again take on this adventure. And so thank you, everyone, and thank you, Lafayette.
Vice Mayor Nduri, would you like to make any comments?
All I'll say is I look forward to being part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will ask one last time for public comments. Okay.
Dawson, I have no commenters at this time.
All right, then now it is my privilege to break for cake. So thank you all for making it to this point.
We've been in a brief recess and will resume momentarily. Councilmember Candell, before we resume the meeting, we'll try to take a photo of you virtually and everyone else in the room. So hang tight with us.
Okay.
Mayor Candell, I'm so sorry. We'll probably retake it next week. Okay. Wait, this one's gonna be better. Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll see if those work.
Yeah, just make it better than the one I have to post.
She can't hear you.
We're expecting that too. Susan, I guess you'll be calling us to order, so.
I am. Are you guys all ready? And
Yes, we are.
How was the cake? First off.
Oh, it was really good.
Oh, good. All right. All right.
Lots
So, good. I'll bring this meeting back to order. And we're skipping straight to item 18. It's a council member's report on activities and considerations of matters a council member wishes to initiate for placement on a future agenda. Do we have anything?
No, I just would, for myself, just want to recognize it was a really lovely holiday celebration at the plaza the other day. So many thanks to the Chamber of Commerce and all those and volunteers who came to make that a good day. It was sponsored by, of course, the city was a partner, but also the Dana Green team and Brownell Development, and bringing lots of fun and joyous activities to town.
Anybody else?
I can add one.
Mhm.
So Steve, our state senator, former state senator Steve Glazer, had an event Friday at the Roundup, and many of us were there. Steve has just been a great public servant and has done remarkable work for the city of Orinda, for Lima Orinda, for his district, and for California in a lot of different ways. So he will be missed, and hopefully we can rely on his wisdom going forward when we need him. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys. All right, so we will go to mayor-elect allocation of bonus pay and performance rewards. So we were in a closed session before this meeting started today, and Councilmember Cervantes was not part of that, but Vice Mayor Wei-Tai-Kwok was part of that discussion today. And we did come to some decisions, and we did come to a decision that we are going to have the bonuses this year for staff. It'll be $150,000 plus the day off of Monday, December 23rd, as this was an orphan day. So basically, the city's going to be open. It was going to be open on Monday, and then not Tuesday, and then all the way until New Year's Day. And so this amount of money that goes into the bonus pool is much less than we've been doing over the last 6 years. And we did that knowing that, Measure H did just pass, but also with the consideration that Measure H did continue the status quo. We've been having the last 6 years between $200,000 and $250,000 bonus pool. And so we chose to reduce it to $150,000 this year. We are so thankful to our staff, especially our new members on staff, and maybe some of the lower paid members of our staff that we fought so hard to bring on board recently. We just wanted to, hopefully reach out to them, let them know that we do support them. And this is going to be the proposal that we would like to make. Do we have any questions? All right, so I'll go to public comment.
Mayor Candell, I have no hands raised or speaker slips for persons in the hall, and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
All right, can I please have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that we make available to the city manager $150,000 for the bonus pool, as well as allow the a staff holiday of December 23rd. Give a second.
I'll second.
All right, so do we have any other comments? Jim?
I was not a part of that closed session. I think it might be best if I abstain from this motion. So I'm seeing nodding.
Absolutely. That's total up to you for sure.
Just want to give you all a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we will still take your vote though. All right, so I will start with Councilmember Cervantes. And you'll abstain?
Yes, I'm abstaining.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Endry?
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And Councilmember McCormick?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so the measure does pass. The next thing that we discussed in the closed session was our city manager's pay. And we discussed this. Oh, we don't have to do this in this one.
Mayor
That's
Candell,
right.
yes.
Right. Okay. I put that down. And I'm like, I don't think. Okay. Yes, we will. We did discuss this, but we will have separate motions on that later to discuss. All right. Thank you, guys. So next is item 18C, and Councilmember Dawson and McCormick on the solid waste rates for rate year 11.
I'll provide a brief staff report. Council members McCormick and Dawson are board members at Recycle Smart, and this is item is to establish the rate for next year, March 21 through 25 through February 28, 2026, based on the criteria that the council has traditionally adopted, which is to make sure all expenses are covered, that there's enough reserve to mitigate any future rate shocks, and to deliver franchise fees and vehicle impact fees to the city, as well as to be comparable with our neighboring communities. The liaisons, the board members are recommending a 7% increase. The 7% increase for a typical 32-gallon container is about $3.13 per month. And this puts us, still puts us below our neighbors Moraga and Orinda. And the recommendation is for you to provide direction to the board members so that they can take it back to the Recycle Smart Board for action in January.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
I do.
Go, please.
Yeah. Mayor Candela, I have a couple of questions.
Please, I am looking straight at you. It's just hard for you to know that I'm looking straight at you.
I'm having out-of-body experience right now.
I know,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
I'm looking over there and you're over here.
Yeah, sorry.
The first question is for our city attorney. Are these fees or rates covered under Prop 218?
That is a debatable question.
Okay.
I think we are taking the position that they are not, if I'm not mistaken, but that's the Recycle Smart Board's decision.
Okay,
But,
all right.
yeah, there are a couple cases that I think you're probably considering that decision.
Yeah, I was thinking that I've heard from neighbors that the idea of like differential rates benefiting certain classes of properties like senior citizens, could be low-income residents, I imagine, families with children, which leads to my next question. Maybe this is for the city manager. So if we decided to say, if we could conclude, if the conclusion was there's no Prop 218 issue and wanted to give a break to seniors, let's say, about 20% of the population, is it a zero-sum game here? Would that mean fees go up for everybody else?
Yeah, this is something that, I can respond. Oh, Gina, since Gina and I are both on the board, right? And the board makes those, the JPA, which is Recycle Smart, which covers Orinda, Moraga, Danville, Walnut Creek, and Lafayette, and unincorporated Contra Costa County, makes the policy. And there's a policy district-wide, like whether you allow for discounts, but it's a zero-sum game. And so, yes, you can discount some, and we've done some surveys, and we've looked at neighboring cities outside of our area, and some do offer discounts, some don't. Some are age-based, some are age and income. There's an inconsiderable, or no, somewhat considerable administrative overhead for that. And proving, so at the moment, the board's current policy, which is established before I joined, whatever, is that there's really it's the same for everybody.
Right, and we have put requests for proposals for new contracts that will commence in 2027 out that stays with those policies.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment.
Mayor Candel, I have no speakers in the community hall, and I have one hand raised in our virtual audience, Rob Lavoie.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Cam.
Great, thank you. 3 comments. I was just looking at the CPI increase for a client of mine for their budget, and we're trying to figure out how to keep things affordable for people because with the inflation the past few years, costs have been going through the roof. And I was almost a little surprised the CPI in the Bay Area, including all components, was only 2.4% up October to October. And gas was down 14%, which is, I think, maybe covering up some increases in other things that my clients see in their grocery costs and so forth. But overall, 2.4, if gas is a big chunk of the garbage company's costs, that seems like a 14% decrease in cost and a 7% increase in rates is sort of going the wrong way. And, we're always talking about how to make things more affordable for people. But if we jack up rates at 7%, which is double or triple the inflation rate, that's not really helping. And let's see, comparing to Moraga, it takes the garbage truck 10 or 15 minutes just to get to Moraga from the freeway, whereas Lafayette's right on the freeway in most cases. So I would say that we should be cheaper than Moraga. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I think 7% looks a little on the high side.
Thank you very much.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, please.
All right. Basically, those cost increases also reflect contractual remedies that we are making. As before, many costs per contract weren't quite covered because we had a set price. So when we make adjustments in the year, that allows us to help cover some of those costs that we do want to make good for our providers. So that's an important part of our partnership in the contract itself. So it's not just merely a cost of increase of the price index, but it takes into account the cost of employee, like definitely a lot of other costs that have come into play that were not foreseen in the previous contractual policy for last year. And that percentage increase is equitable to the percentage increase of the other cities as well. Also, every city has unique challenges that may cost a little bit more. We have to use different equipment in some of our hillsides and the narrow streets that aren't necessarily the same type of equipment used in other cities. So those costs are also reflected. Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Mayor Kendall, if I just a quick follow-up on Rob's other point. So we are cheaper than Moraga, and it is based on the characteristics. And so in fact, Orinda, if you notice, pays almost $20 a can more than Lafayette and Moraga do, just because of the nature of their roads and how difficult it is to pick up the trash. So we are more expensive than Walnut Creek and Danville, less expensive than Orinda, just because we have a kind of a hybrid mix of flat surfaces close to the freeway, plus some hills. And so that's where we just have to compensate for that. So we're basically in line with the 5 other cities in our joint powers area.
Great, thank you very much. Any more public comment?
No, Mayor Kendall.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, do we have any comments, or do I have a motion?
Mayor Kendall.
Yeah, please, yes. Councilmember Cervantes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One thing I missed, there's a word in here which always catches my eye, rate shock. And I gather that some of this increase is like looking out ahead. Whenever I see that it's a yellow flag, can someone explain that to me a little bit, please?
Basically, with the new contracts that we are putting out for proposal, prices have definitely gone up. And there are also state requirements, mandates like we face in the city that also increases costs for not only reporting, but right now it's a little bit in flux, electric vehicle turnover. We're actually going to have a fleet. It's a requirement for the fleet to become electric by a certain point. So building all that in, we just want to make sure that those costs we're able to accommodate. So that's what we have a reserve to help cover that and smooth that over the rate years. Every rate year, we're going to consider what costs we need to cover. And so it builds that in.
Thank you.
Thank you. We face the same thing with the Lafayette school bus agency as well. Very much the whole rate shock. And so actually, so the anticipated rate shock in March 2027 when the current franchise agreements expire, is that just the normal timeline for the RFPs? Is the 2027?
Yeah, that particular contract.
Okay,
So.
got it. Thank you. All right, do we have anything else? So we need to get a motion to, or we just provide direction. Is that sufficient direction, or do we need to vote, Mala?
I don't think you need a vote if you can just provide direction by consensus.
Okay. All right, so I'm very comfortable with a 7% increase.
And I am
proposed
as
here.
well.
I am as well. A comfortable place you have to take your stuff to the town dump. So having someone show up to take my trash and recycling is wonderful. So I support the 7%.
Thank you. We'll take that back to the board. That will be considered actually, I think, at the next board meeting. So appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. And the next thing is to adjourn, and I'll do this in honor of Mayor Dawson. Thank you. And unfortunately, saying goodbye to Vice Mayor Wai Tai Kwok.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Susan, I hope you feel better.
Oh.
I know. We'll see you next week, Susan.
Me too. Yes. 2 negative tests down.
It could only get better from here, right?
Oh, God, I hope so. Yeah.
Good night.
Mhm.